Is everybody kind of winding down the pretest? Who needs more time? Okay, we'll take a few more minutes. While we're doing that, we're kind of on a timed agenda today, so I'm going to go ahead and be talking. And if you don't have time to complete it, you can always do that on break. I'm Donna Carlin. I'm the State Director for Perkins at the post-secondary level. I'm going to have each of you, as you're taking the pre-test, just say your name and the college. And so why don't we go ahead and start, Connie?
Connie May with Odessa College.
Cindy Kernat, Odessa College.
Kara Smart, Odessa College. Leticia Casillas, Odessa College.
We've got the Odessa College group here. Okay. It's me. Okay. Well, thank you. Those of you that are sitting in the back, there are some seats up here with tables. It's up to you if you all want to. Oh, okay. Which you won't need till, yeah, there's two right there next to Carol. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I apologize if you didn't have enough time for the pretest. Again, if you want to finish it on break, it's anonymous. You'll be taking the same post-test at the end, and it's really for our benefit to make sure that we have covered the most important topics. So welcome to today's orientation. We really appreciate that you have taken the time from your busy schedule to be here today. We know that this is also being webcast, so we welcome those of you that are watching from your campuses or homes. Who knows? We've had this orientation for the Perkins Basic Grant for new Perkins contacts for the past couple of years, and we've limited the number of people that could attend from each college to, I think we've had just two. We've had some space challenges. So this year we decided to open it up and allow anyone to come and then also to webcast it. So we really will appreciate your feedback at the end. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. We'll be evaluating whether or not this was the most effective way, or if we should go back to the smaller groups in the future, but we just want to make sure that we're doing the most effective thing. We know that people's positions change, people come and go. We've had a lot of new faces with Perkins, so let us know. Be sure and give us some honest feedback. The evaluations will be sent separately after today. For housekeeping, there's coffee up here. In the smaller group setting, it was a lot more informal, but feel free to get up at any time and get coffee. The restrooms are down the hall, about midway down. They're well marked. If you need to get up and go, that's perfectly fine. We have a lunch planned around, I think it's at about 11:45 or so. If you haven't already, I know Rhonda's been collecting the $10 for the lunch, so we'll have sandwiches and such brought in. But if you want, I think we're going to have tea. If you want something different, like a soft drink, we do have a break room down at the end of the hall before the double glass doors. It's on your right. You can purchase things. It's on an honor system, and you can use a credit card to do that. Also, I want to introduce our staff. As I said, my name's Donna Carlin. I've been at the coordinating board for 16 years. Nursing is my background. Prior to being at the coordinating board, I worked for the Board of Nursing, and I taught nursing and worked as a nurse. So, Elizabeth.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Steele. I'm a program director here at the coordinating board. My background is prior to being with the coordinating board, which I've been here almost 3 years, I was at El Paso Community College as their grant manager, overseeing the Perkins grant, and I was there for about 10 years. So I know what you all are going through, working at a college. I have that background. And prior to that, I was in the financial industry. So welcome.
Good morning. I'm Mindy Nobles. I'm a program director here at the coordinating board. Been here for almost 3 years now. Prior to coming to the coordinating board, I spent my career at community and technical colleges, so I'm always glad to be with the home folks here. Most of that time, I was a mean old English teacher. Don't watch your grammar. I'm not formal either. I also did various instructional and program administration jobs and in other duties as assigned. And I'm very glad to be here with you this morning, and I'll thank you again for coming.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Hiller. I started at the coordinating board about 20 years ago. I was an administrative assistant working on a temporary basis and eventually got hired on and then started to work with the institutional effectiveness site studies, if you remember those. If not, it was an exciting time. Moved my way up to course and program approvals, and was here when WECM began. I was kind of behind the scenes when it first started and eventually grew into my role now as the WECM leader here at the coordinating board. If any of you have ever had questions about WECM or new program or program revisions, you probably talk to me or send me an email. So it's always good to see you in person and get to know you. So welcome to the workshop.
Thank you, and you'll be hearing from each of them throughout the day. So to get started, we're here to talk about Perkins. Perkins 4 was enacted into law in 2006 for a period of 6 years. So if you do the math, you can tell that Perkins is long overdue to be reauthorized by Congress. And I actually have a little bit of information about that I'll get to in a little while. But each year, funding has come through continued resolutions. Funding has remained relatively flat, although your allocation at the colleges may go up some or down some each year, and I'll be talking about how that happens in a later slide. Overall, though, the goal of Perkins is for the enhancement of career and technical education at both the secondary and post-secondary level. For post-secondary grants, those are all administered through the coordinating board, while the secondary grants are administered through TEA. Funds are awarded through the Office of Career and Technical and Adult Education, or OCTAE, to TEA, and we receive those funds from TEA. Every year there have been, up until now, 57 Perkins grants that go to the community colleges. However, next year, because of the combining of the TSTC campuses into one, we'll be down to 54 applications this year. The way that the split goes, as I mentioned, the funds are channeled through TEA. They receive 70% of the funds that are awarded to the state. The coordinating board receives 30%. So for next year, for fiscal year 2017, we have about a little over $27 million that will be awarded. Of that, as you can see through the pie chart, 85% of those funds go to the community colleges. So that's a little over $23 million. That's the minimum. Then for leadership, we also put out an RFA each year for competitive grants. And as you can see, for leadership, 10% of the funds can be awarded for leadership, which would be a maximum of 2.7, although we usually don't reach that upper limit. And then for our admin at the coordinating board, it's a little over 1.3 million. That's 5%, and that pays salaries and travel so that we can do our site visits and all of those things. Out of basic, though, there can be up to 10% of basic that's used for reserve, and that's for, special projects that we at the coordinating board feel that as a state we need to get done, and I'll give you some examples of that. So the way that we determine every year how much money you get is based on a formula, and that formula is determined by the number of full-time equivalent students that are enrolled in CTE programs that are Pell Grant recipients. So if you at a smaller colleges, you may know, or have a feel for whether or not the number of Pell students have increased or decreased. So if you may have a sense for whether or not your allocation every year is going to go up or down some. We hate for there to be big surprises. I usually try to call people if there is a big drop in your allocation for the year to give you a heads up about it. But that's so as soon as we know the amount, we run the formula, and that's how in the RFA we come up with the amount of money that you receive on an annual basis. Yeah.
How do you calculate your full-time equivalent?
It's all based on the data that is provided by your colleges, and it always reflects the prior year.
And I mean, is it like the number of students divided by
No.
semester hours or whatever?
No, it's just the full-time. Yeah.
Just the full.
Yes, yes.
So
Yeah.
it's not full.
It's,
I mean, for us in iPad's world, the full-time equivalent means more than just full-time. It means taking on part-time divided by a certain number of semester credit hours.
Oh,
and
okay.
those two numbers
all right.
together.
I can check on that with Gabriella Borkerman, who is our data person, and see if the part-times are also included in that.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
So, and then also every year around October, every year there is unspent money. So sometimes the schools don't spend all their money, sometimes we don't spend all our money, and that money has traditionally gone back to you. You'll get a revised allocation or a new allocation that you have to then submit in another application to us. This year there is a change, and it's been we announced 2 years ago that, in keeping in line with the coordinating boards, looking at outcomes, we are basing who gets the reallocation on those that are meeting 3 of the 6 core indicators for Perkins. That's 2P1, 3P1, and 4P1. So it's the completion, retention, employment. Yes. You have to meet all 3 of them, yes. And again, that reflects the prior year. So last year, everyone got part of the reallocation. So 50% went to those institutions that were meeting those 3 core indicators. This year, 100% will. So really, I can't stress enough a couple of things. One is to spend all your money. I know that sometimes things get away from you. Costs of items aren't what you had expected, but try as hard as you can to spend all your money, and then we won't have as much of the money for reallocation. And y'all have been doing a lot better with that. Yes.
Reallocation purposes?
Yes.
Meeting,
Mhm.
are you going to measure it meeting target, or are you going to measure it meeting 90%?
90%. Yes, yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and in order to keep moving and stay on time, we're going to have questions at the end. Or actually, we have time set in at lunch for questions. Okay. So one of the things that's commonly been misunderstood is, let's say you didn't spend $50,000 last year. Will that automatically roll over to you next year? No, it does not. It comes into the reallocation money. Okay, something that's really been interesting to us as we go on our site visits is that there are no two schools that implement the Perkins grant in the same way. Every school does it a little differently, and that's always really interesting to see how schools do it. A lot of times, and Mindy's going to be talking a lot about, well-planned uses of the funds. A lot of times, you'll have meetings with the significant CTE and administration prior to the year to determine the best way to spend your funds that year, and we really encourage you to do that. This slide just shows some of the more common ways and allowable ways that Perkins funds are spent. For sure, for instructional equipment, especially capital equipment, which is equipment in Schedule C, which is over $5,000. It's your way of getting the latest and greatest equipment for your CTE programs. Upgrading curriculum, also and especially guidance, counseling, and CTE advisors have been very important and very helpful in helping you meet that 2P1 core indicator for completion. Serving special populations with things like textbooks, transportation, childcare. We know the costs of sign language interpreters has really gone up, and a lot of time, or sometimes you will project that you'll be spending a lot of money for sign language interpreters and might not have the needs that year, so you amend those costs as you get further into the grant year. And of course, for professional development, this is one opportunity for you to send your CTE faculty off to the latest and greatest, and obtain the best information for their subject area, and also to send your, disabilities coordinators, your CTE advisors and counselors to conferences as well. So for Perkins 4, this was specific to Perkins 4, they included 6 core indicators of performance, and every year how your college is doing is pre-populated into the application. This is important. This is really how we ask you to target spending your funds towards making improvements to those core indicators. And just as you're held accountable at your colleges, we are also held accountable as a state. For the last 2 years, we've met these core indicators. However, prior to that, we had problems for 2 years in a row with 2P1, so not meeting the completion core indicator, and we had to write performance improvements plans for the U.S. Department of Ed. So luckily, the third year, we met it, and we met it last year again. So, and we'll be talking more about your, as we go through the RFA, we'll be talking more about this. So, as I mentioned, 10% of the funds can be used for Perkins State Leadership Grants. These are grants that need to have a statewide impact and not just be for the colleges that submit them, but something that can be replicable and applicable for colleges throughout the state. Every year we put out an RFA. This year we had 24 pre-proposals. We do ask that you write a brief pre-proposal, and then of those, they're ranked. It is a competitive grant, and then those that we feel that score the highest can go forward for a full proposal. This year, 12 pre-proposals went forward to a full proposal, and final awards are under consideration and should be notified soon. These are the grants that were funded last year for 2015-2016. I won't go through them, but one of the things to keep in mind, this is how WECM has been funded for several years now. Perkins Reserve, just as you are subject to site visits, so are we by the U.S. Department of Ed. In 2012, we had a site visit, and we were really encouraged at that time to use reserve funds. and which up until that time we really hadn't been. And so as a result of that, and as I mentioned earlier, it's really for projects that you feel as a state need to be done. So a couple of things were funded early on in 12-13, a competency-based project for TSTC Harlingen. We kicked off some of the programs of study work that's now was put into legislation last semester and is really kicking off the programs of study. Also, midway through that year, we funded Central Texas College for Credit Heroes Initiative. In 2013-14, we began an initiative for CTE early college high schools. We did that in conjunction with TEA and TWC. 4 colleges were funded, and that just concluded around the first of the year. So those are some examples of how Reserve has been used in the past. Also, something that the Uniform Grant Guidance went into effect in December of 2014. That's where 8 OMB circulars, Office of Management and Budget circulars, were turned into one large super circular, it was called at one time. And that's really where you get your grant guidance. It's not just for Perkins. Any of you that are over any grants that are federal grants, the Uniform Grant Guidance is now the guidance that's provided. Also, EDGAR has been updated to include UGG. And one of the things that we've noticed on our site visits this year is many of you, your policies and procedures still reference those old OMB circulars. So we really encourage you to update all of those to get on board, because we are being looked at for that, and in turn, your colleges are as well. So for the Perkins grant for 16-17, the RFA is out. Probably the most important thing up there is that July 19, as I'm sure y'all are aware, that's when the application deadline is, and they're due by 5 p.m. and they're submitted electronically. The application cover page and the federal certifications aren't due until July 25th, and those are all done electronically as well. And then, of course, the grant period begins on September 1st. So, for reauthorization of Perkins, as I've mentioned, it's long overdue. We were notified this week that on the 28th, which was just a few days ago, that the House did introduce a bill to reauthorize Perkins. So we're excited. My understanding is that we're still a long way off from Perkins reauthorization, because the Senate has to introduce their bill, and then there'll be lots of changes and discussions as well. A couple significant things. It doesn't really significantly change Perkins 4. Of note is a couple of things that the reserve that I've been talking about increases from 10% to 15%. The state plan has been, the requirements for what goes into the state plan has been significantly reduced. And in effect, then the local plans that you're all submitting in your applications will also be streamlined and reduced. Programs of study are really emphasized throughout the bill. Post-secondary accountability indicators are changed somewhat with new terminology, including credential attainment instead of completion, median earnings instead of employment, and instead of having 2 non-traditional measures, which 5P1 and 5P2 are all both on non-traditional participation and completion, there will just be one non-traditional measure, and an interim outcome measure related to placement. The other good news is that funding for Perkins would increase about 8% over a 6-year period. So again, I can't stress enough, that's preliminary. We don't know how the bill will turn out, but it's a big change from what the preliminary blueprint we had seen had competitive grants within the state and competitive grants among states. So I was really happy to see this bill. Okay, so again, we're going to move on to keep on our timeline. Next up is Mindy, and she'll be joined by Dwayne as well. Hold your questions, though.
Good morning. There we go. Slide 1. In this presentation, Dwayne and I will give you an overview of the Perkins Basic RFA, with an emphasis on using the RFA for program planning, developing your application, and managing the grant throughout the year. Now, we've geared the presentation toward newcomers, but we hope more experienced Perkins staff will get a refresher as well. I originally had the words old Perkins hands in there, but I don't like the word old so much anymore. We'll cover a lot of material in these slides. Now, please know that you'll receive all the PowerPoints from this day in hard copy, so don't worry about missing something. And in emailed copy, that's what I meant. To me, that's hard copy. Paper doesn't exist anymore. And remember to write down your questions that come up during this presentation for our lunchtime Q&A. Okay. Now here's a quick overview of how the RFA is structured. Sections 1 through 6 give you basic information about the program. Section 7 lays out application and grant management requirements. Sections 9 through 11 contain binding legal notices, followed by 12 appendices. And here are the appendices that Dwayne and I will refer to in this RFA overview. Now, I'll begin by giving you 3 reasons you should know the RFA well and review it every year when it's released. One reason to know the RFA well, it's a legal document that binds both awarded applicants and coordinating board staff. You see the word contract highlighted in section 9.4.2 there. The RFA and your college's approved application become a contract between coordinating board and your institution. By signing the NOGA, or Notice of Grant Award, an institution agrees to comply with all of the requirements of the RFA. The RFA stipulates the coordinating board staff's oversight of awardees' compliance with all the requirements of the RFA, and by extension, related federal requirements. A second reason to know the RFA well is that it changes every year. Sometimes it changes because of updates to federal statute or regulations. Sometimes it changes because we modify it based on some modification of our contract with TEA. Sometimes we update it because of things that come up during one program year, so that in writing for the coming program year, we can make clear what is allowable and what's not allowable. You see here a recap of last year's changes. All of them except item 1 remain in place for this upcoming year. Now, item 1 last year changed how reallocation funds are apportioned, setting aside 50% for institutions meeting 2P1, 3P1, and 4P1 within 50% or 90% of the state target. And as you're aware, new this coming year, 100% of reallocation, as Donna said, will go to institutions meeting 2P1, 3P1, 4P1 within 90% of the state target. We will apply the full-time student equivalent formula proportionally to those institutions. Institutions not meeting the 3 core indicators at 90% will not receive reallocation funding. Another change in this coming year's RFA is that it stipulates the coordinating board's responsibility for collecting funds due as a result of audit findings. It also makes explicit an institution's responsibility to refund to us any monies it discovers on its books weren't used. And then finally, section 9.2.1 addresses disposal of capital equipment. You may not have seen it, but newly on the coordinating board's website, there is a form that you'll fill out and give to us if you dispose of capital equipment. And then section 10.4 adds 2 new use of funds restrictions. We make it clear that colleges can budget funds for program development after and only after a program's been approved by your local governing board and by the coordinating board. Additionally, use of funds for continuing education programs and students is limited to approved programs that have at least 360 contact hours. This is because programs with fewer than 360 contact hours that are continuing education programs are not included in the calculation of core indicator performance, either for the state or for individual institutions. So such use of funds does not continue to or contribute to improved performance on core indicators. Also new this year, Section 10.5 stipulates that Perkins institutions must have written policies and procedures that conform to uniform grant guidance for the 8 categories of internal controls shown here. Now, there are policies and procedures that an institution typically does have in place, but this new emphasis in the RFA means that you should confirm, A, that your institution does have these written policies in place, and B, that they are in conformance with uniform grant guidance. Last year's Section 10.5 addressed supplanting. If you're remembering last year's RFA, please know that Appendix J remains your primary source for supplanting versus, or for supplementing versus supplanting. Now, the remaining changes occur across multiple sections of the RFA. All closing the gaps references are now 60 by 30 TX references. This is the state's new strategic plan for higher education. Beginning with FY17, 15% of your grant activity funds must be allocated to 60 by 30 TX. We focused on the second goal of 60 by 30 TX, which is completion. Now, second, all records and accounts must be retained for 7 years from the date of final expenditure or until the resolution of any billing questions, whichever occurs later. Now, this new 7-year requirement, up from 5 years, comes in response to new state record-keeping requirements that came out of the 84th legislature last year. Okay. Now, the final reason you want to know your RFA well is that it serves as a kind of instruction manual for program planning, including required components of every program and how funds can and cannot be used, application development for all parts of the application, and grant management, how to amend an approved application, and reporting requirements over the course of a program year. Now, Dwayne and I will be talking about each one of these in more detail over the next few minutes. Dwayne will begin now by talking with you about program planning.
Thanks. Starting with Section 6 of the RFA provides a conceptual framework for planning your Perkins program every year. Consists of the statutory purpose for Perkins program, which is educating students who enroll in CTE programs in preparation for high school, high wage, or high demand occupations. And the measure by which the success of your program is determined, meaning its performance in meeting the 6 core indicators. Section 7.3 directs the applicants to give primary consideration to improving the core indicator performance when they do annual program planning. And Appendix D, the local plan requirements ask for not 1, but 2 assurances that applicants are focusing on improving their core indicator performance. Now, just an aside, even if you're meeting the 90% goal, there's always room for improvement on these core indicators. So here's what good annual planning looks like. The core indicator performances form the central theme in planning how to spend the money. Planning is data-driven, and spending decisions are based on a coherent strategy. All internal stakeholders are involved in planning from the beginning. Some institutions have standing Perkins committees that meet periodically to evaluate the Perkins program's performance. The planning team sets goals and objectives for improving performance on each core indicator and determines the departmental and programmatic activities toward achieving objectives and meaningful measures of success for each activity. The departments and programs receiving funds for the year have a clear understanding of their role and responsibilities. And the administrators responsible for those departments and programs are on board, and they'll provide appropriate oversight and enforce accountability. Strong planning differs from weak planning in the following ways. In strong planning, you have improved core indicator performance driving the process. In weak planning, stretching the college budget drives the process. In strong planning, a coherent plan is coordinated across college departments, whereas in weak planning, a collection of unmet needs and political decisions drive the process. In strong planning, it gets administration, faculty, and staff all on board. Weak planning, Perkins remains almost an institutional afterthought, except, of course, to you, Perkins staff. Strong planning by an institution is always evident. It shows in the application's local plan discussion and is evident in the coherence of its performance improvement and evaluation plan, or PIEP. It inevitably results in positive core indicator performance trends. Okay, here are some useful RFA sections to refer to for the grant planning. Section 7 gives you guidance on the content of your application and thus aids in thinking about how to set goals, objectives, activities, and target measures toward what? That's right, improved performance on the core indicators. Again, that's the main focus of this grant process. Appendix H states statutorily required and permissible uses of funds, and also makes statements about non-permissible uses and administrative costs. The 9 required program areas must be addressed in your planning, and they may be provided for through Perkins funds and/or institutional funds. Institutions are not required to divvy up Perkins funds across all 9 areas, but they should target funds in a balanced manner across several of these areas. Permissible uses are optional and may be relevant in achieving improved core indicator performance. You should at least be familiar with them. Okay, Appendix I gives statute-based guidance on the difference between supplementing and supplanting. It's critical that you know the difference and that you get any questions about supplanting answered during your annual program planning. Again, the coordinating board staff are always happy to assist you. Now, Mindy will give you some more guidance on how to develop the application.
Okay, and remember again, we're addressing those of you who are less experienced. And I hope this detailed walkthrough of using the RFA to develop your application will give everyone some pointers and some things to think about. Once your college has a plan in place for the next program year, the RFA gives specific, detailed instructions for developing your Perkins application. Now, Dwayne talked about Section 7 in terms of its planning guidance. And I begin with it here in order to emphasize that it lays out requirements for all parts of your application, including the format your application should appear in. A good application shows good planning, as we've emphasized. An approvable application also follows the format. Now, connecting to planning, here's what we see when we see a strong Perkins application. It articulates a coordinated plan. It's evident that the institution is given purposeful attention to addressing the core indicators. When the application seems weak, it appears that the institution's focus has been on what to buy with money. The PIEP, Performance Improvement Evaluation Plan, seems kind of contrived to justify how you've decided to spend the money. Strong applications follow the RFA's current requirements for content and for form. A weak application seems to have sort of edited last year's application a little bit to update for what you're going to spend the money on this year. So, we like to see good planning, but we must see adherence to the requirements of the RFA. And that's the gist of Section 8. It requires that we review your application both for completeness and for adherence to the requirements of the RFA. And we frequently return applications because they aren't compliant with the RFA in some way. Now, if you familiarize yourself with the RFA, get your questions answered as they come up during planning and during RFA development, and we've got them coming in right now from a bunch of you. And you make sure you follow the RFA's requirements for format. You can usually do what I call submit it and forget it. In short, it'll save you time, and it'll save us time as well if you do it right the first time. Now, these are the parts of the Perkins application, as most of you are familiar with. Cover page, local plan, performance improvement evaluation plan, or PIEP, the budget, and your certification regarding lobbying. And I'll focus on the middle three in this part of my presentation. The local plan, it's your institution, it's your application's first content section after the cover page. And it does describe your institution's strategic plan for next year's Perkins program. It shows how the institution will use Perkins funds and local resources to address the 9 required program areas. It gives the institution's overall plan for improving performance on the core indicators. It provides a context for what we're going to see in your PIEP and in your proposed budget. Now, Section 7.2 introduces the local plan. It gives the RFA's first statement, too, of what groups constitute special populations. It gives directions about what services a Perkins program must provide, to special populations, whether through Perkins resources or other institutional resources. Now, you will address special population students in not 1, but 2 questions on the local plan. Appendix D states all the questions to be addressed in the local plan. 12 of them are required by federal statute, and a 13th question addresses the state's new strategic plan, 60 by 30 TX. Now, we actually do read your local plan. And I can give you this advice about the local plan. A good local plan is direct, to the point, and addresses all parts of each question you're asked to respond to in the local plan. Here are reasons we send a local plan back for revision. All parts of 1 or more questions haven't been addressed, or responses seem to contain irrelevant material, they're too long, they're disorganized. We don't have a clear idea of what you're telling us about that section of the local plan. Okay, and I'll move on to the PIEP. This is the section in which an institution gives the details of its plan for improving its performance on each of the 6 core indicators. It's the programmatic core of the application. In the PIEP, you'll tell the coordinating board what programs, activities, and specific budget items you've targeted toward each core indicator. And you'll give specific measures by which you'll evaluate your success in implementing your plan. It won't come as a surprise to you that we do read that PIEP very, very closely. Now, it's not an accident of nature that each core indicator has its own PIEP. The application was constructed so that institutions must give individual plans for each of the 6 core indicators. It's also not an accident that each PIEP section begins with your history of performance on that core indicator. We want to see a clear strategic focus on improvement. Now, taken as a whole, your PIEP should provide a detailed exposition on the information you gave us in short in the local plan. Questions 2 and 7 of the local plan address core indicator improvement specifically. Other sections are relevant as well. Your PIEP should also explain how your major proposed budget expenditures will support the core indicators. Section 7.3 gives guidance for both parts of the PIEP, the improvement plan, the narrative portion, and the evaluation plan. And I'll go over each of these in some detail over the next several slides. Okay, the improvement plan has 3 parts. Describes in narrative form how your institution has planned for improved performance on the core indicator. The summary for each core indicator is your introduction. It should discuss your institution's challenges on that core indicator, and it should preview how your institution will address them with strategic activities and targeted programs, and it previews major budget items you've applied to that core indicator. Second part is a more detailed discussion of what you just summarized. It explains the rationale for each one of your targeted programs and strategic activities. Now, here's something we see. Sometimes institutions have one activity or program addressing more than one core indicator. That's okay, but it should be purposeful, and we should see a difference on each core indicator for how that program or activity applies to that specific core indicator. Don't just copy and paste the same language. Now, the third part of the improvement plan specifies budget items that you targeted on that core indicator and explains how they fit into that core indicator's improvement plan. Now, I'll note here that not everything in your budget has to fit into your improvement plan somewhere, but those items that you are targeting on core indicator improvement certainly should go here. Now, the 3 parts of the improvement plan should show consistency and rule of 3. If your institution hasn't met a core indicator in 3 years, you must have 3 programs and activities and 3 specific budget items at a minimum targeted on this core indicator.
Where does it say that?
It will say it in section 7.3 somewhere. I don't remember the specific numbers that come after that. Sure. The question was, for those of you watching at a distance, where it says in the RFA that you have to have 3 and 3 if you haven't met in 3 years. Here's why we may send it back. There's little or no connection between the 2 parts, or it doesn't follow, or the 3 parts rather, or it doesn't follow the required format shown in 7.3 and illustrated in Appendix E. You have a model PIEP in Appendix E of the RFA. And I'll go on to the second part of the PIEP, the evaluation plan. That's that table you put together. This part of the PIEP explains how you will evaluate the activities, programs, and major budget items you've targeted on core indicator improvement. In it, you'll list a line for each activity and strategy you intend to implement in your improvement plan. It should be clear what your plans for improvement are. Let me emphasize that. It should be clear what your plans are. Now, for example, ordering equipment will not by itself improve core indicator performance. You will need to tell in brief how the equipment will apply to improve performance on that core indicator. I'll talk a bit about that again in a minute. Timeline is the second part. Give you time frame for accomplishing each activity and strategy. In no case should you have a year-long time frame as standalone for a one-line activity. If you have a multi-stage activity, you can subdivide it across several lines and show appropriate months, quarters, or semesters for each stage of the sub-activities. And you can even divide activities in terms of reporting periods, biannual and final. But we will send it back if you've got a September 1 through October, or rather August 31st timeline. And the final part of the evaluation plan, the target measures, tells how you'll determine the success of each activity strategy. Only you know what is reasonable to try to attain and how it's going to apply to the core indicator at your institution. Now, 2 words here: measurable, relevant. Measurable, relevant. State the outcome you hope to attain in numerical or percentage terms or some other measure that shows specific attainment that is directly relevant to core indicator performance. Now, in some multi-stage activities, you may have a sub-activity that, say, has to be accomplished by a certain date, or some other measure that doesn't apply directly to a core indicator. But for the activity as a whole, the institution should have a target measure that has clear core indicator relevance and that shows some way you can measure whether you have improved as a result of that activity. Okay. Your evaluation plan should evaluate all your programs, activities, and major budget items that appear in your improvement plan. And the rule of 3 applies here as well. If you haven't met a core indicator in the past 3 years, we need to see at least 3 lines of activities in that improvement plan. These are the most common reasons for sending it back. I won't read the whole thing. It mostly says, don't do what I just advised you to do, and which is laid out in the RFA. I do want to focus on 2 kind of in the middle. Does a target measure, does it set a specific performance criterion? If you just say more students will pass the exam, what does that mean? A 10% improvement over last year is a specific and measurable improvement. Additionally, will install equipment by? Installing equipment won't improve your performance on a core indicator. However, integrating into curriculum by a certain date and 100% of classes utilizing the equipment toward proficiency on an exam will. Okay, let me go on to talk about the budget. Section 7.4 gives detailed guidelines and examples for each schedule of your proposed budget. Now, 7.4 is organized around 7 budget schedules, but remember, we do not any longer for basic use Schedule E. And that's all the Schedule E section in the RFA says. Don't use it for basic. It's for leadership grants now. Now, for each schedule, 7.4 provides instruction for formatting line items and for administering expenditures. Now, in general, your Perkins budget should be consistent with the local plan and with your institution's strategic plan for improving performance on the core indicators, as indicated by your PIEP. And it should have key budget items, those major things, significant equipment purchases for a program, or new full-time personnel that are Perkins funded, for example, incorporated purposefully some way into the PIEP. Okay. Now, across all budget schedules, budget line items kind of have a standard entry format that, with some variations, includes the details you see here. And I'll reference the relevant section of the RFA for your formatting for each budget schedule line items. Each section gives a graphic example of a correctly formatted budget schedule. And just a few details about the individual schedules. Schedule A, salaries and fringes. You see here some key points that your RFA makes. Now, I won't read that screen to you, but I will emphasize that you must indicate whether positions are part-time and full-time or full-time, and you must show the percentage and employees, full or part-time activities will be spent on Perkins activities. You must show the percentage of that employee's time spent on Perkins activities. And finally, you must make it clear that the position is CTE dedicated. Career coaches and advisors also advise and coach non-CTE students. Stipulate CTE if it can be ambiguous. A model of the entry format is given in section 7.4.2.1. Schedule B. Here are key points your RFA points out to you. Now, again, I won't read the slide to you, but I will emphasize that you must have written policies and procedures for travel as stipulated in section 10.5, which I referred to earlier in the overview of changes of this year's grant. And I will emphasize that those policies and procedures must safeguard against reimbursing for travel above the federal lodging and per diem rate or your institution's more stringent policy. I want to highlight this because we've had multiple audit findings on that point, and the same goes for mileage reimbursement. Procedures should catch it before it happens. Policy should explicitly forbid it. Section 7.4.3.1 is your friend in formatting each line item correctly. Schedule C, capital equipment. The RFA gives you the guidance you see listed here. Now, equipment with less than a $5,000 per unit price may go on Schedule C if your college capitalizes at a lower price point. It's very helpful if you inform us of that. Otherwise, we don't know it. You may go with your institution's more stringent policy on capitalization. We get this question a lot, so I'll address it here. A multi-component order that forms one item, but whose components don't cost $5,000? Do you put all the components on F, or do you put one thing on C? Well, that's going to depend on your college's policy. Is your college going to capitalize one item? Put it on C and explain the components in the line item. If your college isn't, you may want to break those out on Schedule F. It's going to vary, and sometimes we can give advice on that if anything is unclear. I'll also emphasize that equipment must be installed and used for instruction during the program year. You have a potential audit finding with repayment of funds if it isn't. Now, the RFA strongly urges that equipment be ordered no later than April 30th. To be on the safe side, it really should be ordered before then. Section 7.4.4.1 is your friend in formatting those line item entries the way we need to see them formatted. And I'll go on to Schedule D. Schedule D is for consultants and subcontractors. Now, the title you see in the portal is Consultants and Service Contracts. Don't let that mislead you into putting, say, a web-based subscription to software over there. Consultants are entities who perform professional services. Subcontractors are entities who perform a portion of the college's Perkins responsibilities. Now, I'm going to point this out because we've had some questions about it this year. Entities on Schedule D may not be college employees, period. Even if those employees are part-time and now you want to get them to do this, even if the employee would do the work in their off hours, if someone is a college employee, you may not consult or subcontract with them. Okay? In section 7.4.5.1, that's a lot of numbers to keep saying over and over again. Shows you how to format. Go on to Schedule F. All other direct costs not included in Schedules A through D. Now, it includes equipment costing less than $5,000. You know that. But on this screen, I'll emphasize a point that's come up a lot in the last year, and that's a line item for supplies. You must include enough example detail to justify the cost. Don't give us $5,800 for office supplies. We need to know what those office supplies are going to consist of. Follow 7.4.7 to format your entries correctly. I'll go on to Schedule G. It shows your budgeted admin indirect and some points to make about Schedule G. It's optional. You're not required to allocate admin funds. Some institutions don't. If you do, you can allocate a maximum of 5% of total direct costs. You can use the handy-dandy indirect cost calculator on the Perkins page to help you derive the correct amount. Now, we don't show a prescribed entry format for Schedule G in the RFA, but Elizabeth's going to walk you through making that entry in the Perkins portal this afternoon for those of you who are new guys. Okay, we send the budget back most often for these sorts of things. I'll point out a couple of things. I'm emphasizing this line item format for a reason. We read every line of every application from every institution. That's thousands and thousands of line items. And in fact, each line item is read 3 times, so multiply thousands and thousands by 3. Helps us so much if you follow stipulated formats. And that concludes this walkthrough of the RFA's guidance on developing the application. Now, Dwayne will conclude our section of today's orientation with some remarks about the RFA and grant management. Take it away.
Okay, I think you'll agree that that was quite a lot of information about developing a Perkins application. It is a process involving a lot of detail. Now I want to come full circle and remind you that good planning involving all institutional stakeholders can make the job much more manageable. If strong institutional planning takes place every year, local grant management should look something like this. You have faculty, program directors, and other CTE staff follow through on the planned activities. They also keep records, collect data, and report to you in a timely manner when you request it for Perkins reports. This means that equipment is ordered early so that students get full use of it during the program year. The RFA strongly recommends, and I want to repeat, that all equipment be ordered by April 30th at the latest. We have some exceptions where someone wants to order something at the beginning of summer, and we really have to ask, is that going to impact students during the current program year? And will it affect the programs, especially the programs that are on the improvement plan? So we strongly urge you to get all equipment purchased by April 30th. Also, planned activities and strategies are implemented on schedule. This is particularly important for activities and strategies appearing on the PIEP. Finally, and critically, data are compiled as activities and strategies are implemented, and you have the data when it's time to report, and the data also informs planning for the next grant cycle. Another sign of a strong institutional planning is that Perkins staff are able to monitor grant activities, complete required reports, and carry out other grant-related duties. Also, administrators stay informed and enforce the accountability as needed. Now let's talk about amendments. Even with good planning, even with perfect planning, you will typically need to amend your approved application at least once during the year, often more times. Appendix K provides guidance on amendments, including when you need to file an amendment and when you can simply send your program contact an email. The annual amendments deadline, which is always July 1st, and directions for modifying budget line items with examples. These directions were new to last year's RFA, and this year we'll be strict in asking you to follow them. Here are some things to be aware of about amendments. If any of the Perkins personnel or signatory officers listed on your cover page change, you must submit an amendment to inform the coordinating board. It can't just be an email saying the contact person has changed to this. However, you do not need to submit or file a new cover page with original signatures. The amendment will suffice. Now, if you don't already know this, you may modify the local plan and the PIEP to show how the budget changes that are being requested will fit into your institution's Perkins plan. Now, if you're modifying an existing line item, keep the grant activity title the same. And again, we'll go over this later when we have an example of filling out a budget item, what the grant activity title refers to. Line items for supplies need to include sufficient examples on how to justify the cost. As Mindy said, we don't want $5,000 in office supplies. At the same time, we don't want 50 pens at 50 cents each for $2.50 and several line items like that. We just need a general idea, if it's copier paper, if it's writing, if it's paper clips, just a general idea, some examples of what supplies you need. Now, it's important that if you remove an item under grant activities 60 by 30 text, make sure that your total 60 by 30 text amount doesn't fall below the 15% that's required for that. And we have the form that calculates the percent for each line item. Also, you may not remove a program, activity, strategy, or budget line item that appears in your PIEP for a core indicator that your college hasn't met in 3 years, if removing that item brings the minimum or brings the number down to below 3. If you have 4, you can remove 1, you still have 3. But if you have 3 to start with and you remove 1, you're now below the minimum of 3, and you have to either add 1 or keep it in there and revise it somehow. Finally, the most important part, as Minnie has mentioned, always check your math. Now we'll talk about some common reasons why we return amendments for
corrections. All changes to your approved application have to comply with the same requirements the application follows, and all amendments to budgets have to follow the Appendix K format. Now, when we receive an amendment to review, we basically receive the entire application just with the parts annotated for amendment. So we're reviewing the entire application as if it were receiving it for the first time. And so now we're looking at making sure you have 3 activities if you haven't met the standard in the core indicator in 3 years and so on. So we're looking at it all fresh, and we're following all of the guidelines as if it was from the beginning. Again, it's really important that you follow the format that's in Appendix K. And again, most importantly, check your math. Okay, along with implementation of grant activities and occasional amendments, reporting forms the third leg of routine grant management. An institution's reporting is our window into how you manage your Perkins grant. I'll talk more about reporting in the next section, but I'll just wrap up this section on the RFA, pointing out some relevant sections here. Of course, Appendix G stipulates required reports and gives the annual reporting schedule, including deadlines. For the annual and final reports, these sections of the RFA provide additional guidance, a visual model, and a statement of the required information. This year, you'll find that Appendix G states specifically that biannual and final reports must be labeled as such, and that both reports must appear in the final report. In other words, don't erase the biannual report section when you fill out the final report. And that you must have a blank space between each one, just so that we can tell where one ends and the other one begins. You can do this by doing a double enter or a double hard return in the application. Most of you know this and do it already. Here's some cautionary advice about expenditure reports. Okay, they should reflect your actual expenditures, with expenditures categorized to your approved budget schedules, and with reported admin costs totaling no more than 5% of your reported direct expenditures. Now, a lot of people put it 5% of their total allocation as their administrative cost, and we always send those back, saying you have to use the administrative cost calculator, the indirect cost calculator, to make sure that you're getting 5% of the direct cost as the administrative cost. And again, here you see the most common reasons we return biannual reports. If the timeline says you completed an activity, but your report says you didn't. If one or more target measures haven't been specifically addressed, and if the information isn't labeled to show the reporting period. Now, as far as the timeline, even if you haven't completed the goal, even if maybe you only got to 75% instead of 100% or 90%, if the timeline has completed, in other words, it's September 1st, November 30th, mark it as yes. Again, even if you didn't reach the goal, the timeline is completed. Again, some common reasons for returning expenditure reports are if you reported capital expenditure that exceed your approved Schedule C budget. Perhaps you owe us amendment to raise your capital C budget. And again, the administrative costs exceed 5% of the direct costs. And finally, if you have an expenditure showing in column D, but there's no money budgeted for that particular budget item. Okay, our goal here has been to raise your awareness on how important it is to follow the RFA for every stage of your Perkins grant, starting with planning to application development to program management. Together with your approved application, the RFA is your college's contract with the coordinating board. You're responsible for carrying out the activities and commit to your application and for managing your grant in accordance with the terms of the RFA.
And I'll just add that we here at the coordinating board refer to the RFA frequently throughout the year ourselves to make sure we're following its requirements. And we want you to do the same. You know how people refer to getting on the same page? You know, when they talk about working together, here we want to emphasize that that page should be a page from the RFA. And we thank you for your time and attention during this detailed run-through of the RFA. And we will close by saying it's time for a break. It is about 11:15. We will reconvene at 11:30. Okay.
And please turn in your pre-tests, and if you haven't completed them, please take a few minutes to do so. And we know you've gotten a lot of answers at this morning.
Nobody listen to Elizabeth about get back in your chairs? I'll start calling names, Carol. No.
Are you gonna take care of the rest of the day?
No,
Or is that what
no.
the sewing
I'm going to
is?
lunch. Hey, Donna asked me to come down and say hello to y'all and thank you for coming. And I know some of you, but my name is Gary Tomerlin, just in case you don't know me. And my title is Deputy Assistant Commissioner Workforce. And so pretty much everything community and technical colleges comes across my desk eventually. but we're glad y'all are here. Donna asked me to talk about programs of study briefly. This week, Tuesday, Wednesday, there is a, I'm not going to call it a draft version of the Perkins reauthorization, but it's conversations about the reauthorization of Perkins, and there seems to be more emphasis in programs of study in the draft legislation that, you know, if we get a final version and what that final version looks like and all that kind of stuff, that's a Washington, D.C. kind of thing. But programs of study will be more, it seems like that will be more important in Perkins. But of course, at the state level, because of House Bill 2628, the last session, we're working on programs of study. Donna talked about, she mentioned it briefly. We're convening committees and bringing people together to talk about it. We started architecture and construction and health sciences last week, and so there's a whole lot more work to do. We're just getting started, but ask Donna questions the rest of the day if as appropriate. And I would stay and visit with y'all, but I'm going to lunch, quite honestly, and so y'all have fun. And again, thanks for being here.
Okay, and I'm well aware of the hazard of standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to make this next part go rather quickly. Also, at the end of my section, again, it shouldn't take too long, but afterwards we'll have a brief Q&A part. So if you've saved up some of your questions from any of the previous presentations, or if you have any questions about this presentation, we'll have time right after I finish to go over those. We'll also have time to look at to see if any have come in through email and address those live. I want to talk now about the reporting requirements as described in Appendix G of the RFA. We touched on a lot of these earlier, but I want to kind of go into more detail now. First, here are the deadlines for the biannual and final reports, which we call the narrative reports. And then here are the deadlines for the fiscal or expenditure reports. Now, the importance of this is that the RFA states that failure to submit reports in a timely manner is a risk factor for desk review or site visits, may result in withholding of fiscal reimbursements, and will influence the awarded applicant's eligibility for future grant awards. Also, continued failure to submit reports and reimbursement requests and failure to meet commitments made in the performance improvement and evaluation plans may require the coordinating board to terminate the grant for non-performance. Again, this sounds really drastic, and as far as I know, we've never had to actually act on these, but it's just letting you know that these deadlines are important. Now, each applicant's chief financial officer is authorized, or his authorized designee, must submit the expenditure reports on Form CB100 at least quarterly. However, you may submit reports more frequently at any time during the grant period. For example, if your college submits them monthly or bi-monthly, you can do it that way. Now, the final expenditure report will always show the actual expenditures for the grant period. It's important to note that the applicant will not be reimbursed for any expenditures submitted after October 13th of 2017. This gives you about a month and a half after the grant period ends to get all of your expenditure reports submitted. The final expenditure report needs to include the Form CB100, which shows the actual expenditures for the grant period, and Form CB320, which details the actual expenditures by activity for the grant period. And as we've mentioned before a couple of times, reallocation is no longer automatic. Only colleges that meet all three of the core indicators, 2P1, 3P1, and 4P1 at the 90% level, will receive funds through the reallocation formula. And no, 2 out of 3 ain't good enough. For the biannual reports, these are the narrative reports that show the progress and results of the PIEP for each core indicator. They should show the status of the specific action items and the estimated time of completion.
These reports focus on the outputs and outcomes of the CTE programs, as well as the activities and budgeted items that have been used to improve performance for that core indicator. You need to be sure to provide data for each target measure that demonstrates the progress toward meeting the target measure. And finally, as I mentioned before, each applicant must submit both a mid-year or biannual report and a final report that documents the implementation and outcomes of the performance improvement and evaluation plan. These reports must clearly indicate the results and comments section that it is a biannual report or if it's the final report, and they need to be separated by a blank space. Both reports must appear in the final report, so don't delete the biannual report when you're doing your final report. And always remember to use formal language. They are subject to review by the Department of Ed, so you don't want to have anything embarrassing there that might come back and in public. Here are some key points to remember. The activities and strategies must be completed and the data associated with them collected within the grant period. The results must be quantifiable, and they're not deadline driven. I think I mentioned before that at the end of the time period, you go ahead and mark it yes, even if the data isn't complete. I want to change that. I think in the new RFA, or it might have been a couple of years ago, that's how far behind I am, it does indicate that it must say, it can only say yes if you have completed that particular measure. So here's what the RFA says about target measures in section 7323. You can read that and it'll be available on the slide, and it's also in the RFA. Here's a sample entry for the evaluation plan. Notice each of these have a reference to where the description of that section is in the RFA. So 7321 gives you the examples of activities and strategies, and here's an example of one of the activities. 7322 shows you the timeline, and notice how it's broken out between, it looks like between fall and spring semesters. Now again, these could be either monthly or by semester or by quarter. And each of them, even though it's the same, it looks like the same target measure, notice that one is for fall and one is for spring. And so in your biannual report, you'll make a notice of what measures you have for fall. And then in the final report, it'll show what the data is for the end of the grant period. So all in all, what is the impact of all of these reporting requirements? And as many mentioned before, coordinating board staff will be reading and evaluating the quality and completeness of these reports, and we may ask for clarification, additional information, or other report changes to be consistent with the requirements of the RFA. Finally, we have the property inventory and disposition report. These are due annually on or around September 30th. Each applicant must submit a cumulative inventory of all single items purchased with grant funds that are considered capital equipment, according to the federal cost policy or your college's policy if it's more stringent. Again, that's $5,000 per unit and a useful life of more than 1 year. The list must include all items in the applicant's possession, as well as those that have been discarded, sold, or transferred to another entity. So it's not just the items you bought this year, but it's all items that you bought in previous years. The data fields for this report include the identification number, which is your college's own inventory control, a description of the property, the acquisition date, the acquisition cost, the location of the equipment if it's still in your possession, and the disposition status and date if it's no longer in your possession. Well, this basically concludes my overview of the reporting requirements for Perkins Basic Grants. Again, there's more information in Appendix G. And now I'd like to open the floor for either questions from what you've seen so far, or if you have any general questions. And I'm sure everybody would like to.
And I just wanted to say that in regard to disposition, if you have any questions, if you have an item that you're thinking about getting rid of, feel free to give us a call, and we can help guide you through that process. I know that there can be, real specific information associated with that. We had a college that no longer needed a fire truck that was purchased with Perkins funds, and it was about a $90,000 truck. So it is important that we are able to accurately track where that goes. But I've also been to colleges that have kept things from 1983 in a storage room because they were purchased with Perkins funds, and they really didn't know what to do with them. So, again, just call us and we can help guide you through that process. Don't keep outdated equipment if it's not needed anymore. And it takes up space in a closet too. Or actually it was a room that this was all in with dental hygiene equipment. So, okay, any questions? And I am checking on the FTE. I put a question into Gabriella, so I'll let you know.
Hello. Oh. I just wanted to ask specifically about the inventory and keeping track of what is Perkins. Do you have a recommendation for what kind of sticker we put on that piece of equipment? What kind of tag goes on there? What should be on the tag? For me to take back to my institution and explain to them how important that is.
Right. That is really done differently at each campus. I've seen colleges that have, their whole inventory, and then for everything purchased with Perkins funds, they'll have a P, or they'll have a unique number that, like maybe PER, or the last two numbers may be different, just so you know in your inventory what it is and are able to tell us what was purchased with Perkins. So it has to be a unique identifier.
Some institutions, and some institutions also, I've seen two other options. One is they have although they have it in their general inventory, they have a separate sticker system and inventory process altogether. Like they might have a color-coded tag specific for Perkins grants. Another example that I have seen, though, is they have all inventory items together, and then what they'll do is it's in the system. So when that bar tag is scanned, it tells the person reading the tag information whether it was a grant-funded or Perkins-funded item. So again, as Donna mentioned, though, it is very specific to the institution, to your policies and procedures, just making sure that you are identifying those items in some way so that when we're there doing a site visit, or if anybody comes to visit and they ask, is this Perkins, you can tell immediately whether you have to zap the item or whether at a visual because it's got a specific sticker.
Per the RFA, at a minimum, you must have the unique inventory number that does identify its Perkins equipment affixed to the piece of equipment. That's a minimum. Whatever else you do with colors or, purchase with Perkins funds, labels, if you've got that unique ID number permanently attached to the equipment, you are compliant.
And that can be a real challenge for things like mannequins and stuff. We have seen them in some very unique places, inside body cavities, on feet. But we've had a lot of discussion about this over the years, because I think there was a time, and some of you probably remember this, where we did require that there be a tag that said purchase with Carl D. Perkins funds. And so we've done a lot of research and looking back to see where that actually came from. And that's why we, as Mindy said, we do publish what is required at a minimum, because we found out that you did not have to have a label that said that, but you had to have a unique number in inventory that can be traced back to show that it was purchased with Perkins funds. Yeah.
My question deals with the reallocation dollar amounts. Is it a all or nothing? I mean, what if you've met 2 of the 3 performance indicators?
Right, as Dwayne indicated, how'd you put it, Dwayne? 2 out of 3 won't do. No, it is, you have to meet all 3.
So it's
Yes.
all or nothing?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. And then I had one other question real quick. The indirect cost, I understand it can't be more than 5%, but does the institution have to have an approved indirect cost rate in order to put that on your budget?
I think so. I believe that you do have to have one set up already with the Department of Health and Human Services. You do need to have one. However, as you identified, with Perkins, there is a cap of 5%. So even if you have an approved indirect cost rate with the Department of Health and Human Services at, let's say, 40%, with Perkins, you are still capped at 5%.
And I neglected to mention earlier, we do one of our Perkins grants that we funded this year that was awarded to Temple College was called 2P1, 3P1, and 4P1 Best Practices and Performance Improvement Plan Ideas. So Leslie is in the room. She has sent those out, her findings in a report. If any of you don't have that or would like to receive that, it will really be helpful to you. She has collected information from schools around the state that have met those performance indicators, so that might be very helpful to you in preparing your applications. She said if you give her a card, she would be happy to send that out to you again. You want to?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Have we gotten any from the field? Samantha? That would be Cliff King. Okay. Okay. That's cliff.king@thecb.state.tx.us.
Excuse me, Don, I had a
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
For 2P1, do Marketable Skills Achievement Awards count?
Yes. Yes.
So they're factored into
They are,
P1
but
count?
I will confirm that as well with Gabriella.
Okay,
I know
thank
I've
you.
asked her that many times.
I was recently at a national conference, and one of the breakout sessions, they had said that there's a time frame of when people can be funded through the grant of 3 to 5 years. I didn't notice anything in our RFA that made reference to that. Does Texas have a time frame of how long people could be funded through the grant?
What do you mean by people?
Individuals,
Staff?
yeah, staff.
We don't have a limit, however, it comes back to that whole supplant versus supplement issue. If we see on your application that you're funding the same people over and over and over again, year after year, we would begin to start asking at one point, will the institution take this over? So, again, it's really on an individualized basis. So,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
All personnel.
Yes.
You have to, I don't know how to do this. You have to remember that at the end of the day, these are grant funds. So technically they're soft money, and we can never guarantee that we're always going to have it there. So you have to take that in mind when you are funding these folks under the grant.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, so Gabriella did reply back to Donna's question, and she stated that all students are included, all their classes are transformed in FTEs.
So this was the question about are part-time students included in the FTSE count? Now, they are included, they're not, in other words, their hours, and I don't know if she mentioned what number of the hours are, is like 12 or 15. Okay, by 15. So if a student's taking 8 hours, or if you have 5 students taking 8 hours, that's 40 hours. And you divide that by 15, so it's about 3.5 or 2.5 FTEs or something like that. So it's the total number of hours divided by 15 gives you the FTE count.
Okay.
And then I just, and just a couple of other questions that were asked during the break that I thought some other folks might have also had. It was just basically reaffirming, if there was still time to spend this grant period, some folks might feel that, you know, we're already towards the end of the year and they don't have any, you know, they've purchased everything on their application, or some items they got it at a discount, so they have cost savings and they're not sure what to do. Yes, you still have time to spend, so we encourage you. Yes, spend, spend, spend. As per the RFA, the grant period is until August 31st. That's in section 2.2. And all funds must be expended. That means you do still have time to make a purchase, but the item has to be purchased, installed, paid for, and students have to be able to utilize within the grant period, again, ending August 31st. So you do still have time. If you are going to do any changes to Schedule C, tomorrow is the deadline, July 1st. As per the RFA in Appendix, my gosh, I forgot. Appendix K, I believe, which is for changes to the grant. Mindy and Dwayne went over that in a section just a little while ago. It'll indicate on there when you need to send us an email and when you need to actually do an amendment. So we encourage you to look at that. If you have any questions, please email your program director.
Okay, we now have lunch, which has been brought in. I believe we have until 12:30.
So just a couple little things real fast. In case you all were wondering, we do have Wi-Fi here. It is the Education Go Get It. There is no login or password. You can just go ahead and click on that. As you might remember, we did encourage you all to bring your laptops, and later on this afternoon we will have you go ahead and utilize some of the... I just sent you all an email that has a PDF form on it that I will be referencing in later sessions this afternoon. So just as an FYI. But right now we're just going to quickly review error spotting. So you all have gotten this great review of the RFA. Mindy and Dwayne really went through all the detail of the RFA. So you all are experts now, right? Oh, yay, okay. So let's see if we can find some of the errors in some of these slides. So for Schedule A, the RFA Section 4 specifically for Schedule A is Section 7.4.2.1. And it states that when in the entry format, you would list the grant activity, the campus if applicable, the name of the person or title of the position, a brief description of the work, the percentage of time the position will spend on the Perkins basic grant activities, and the total compensation for the grant period. So, looking at this example of Schedule A, what is missing or what needs to be updated for line 1? The description, okay, great. What else? Is line 1 for a CTE person? Exactly, we don't know. There's nothing indicating there. So that's an area that we need, that would need to be included on there. Additionally, as Mindy and Dwayne pointed out in their session, because it lists under percentage of time on project 100%, we are assuming that this part-time person will devote 100% of their part-time duties to this project. So, great. What about line 2? Right, there's no campus listed. It just says counselor. Is it CTE specific? No clue. It says percent of time on project, 50%. Is this person full-time or part-time? We have no idea, exactly. It's not indicated. As Mindy and Dwayne discussed in reviewing the RFA, you all need to indicate whether the person is full-time or part-time. Looking at this, we know it's 50% of their time, but we don't know if they're a full-timer or a part-timer. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know if it's related to CTE or not, so. Oh, sorry. What about the tutors on line 3? More information. Yeah, no campus again, no description. Where is the CTE focus? Again, these are all areas and things that we're going to look at. If we receive this, we will be sending it back, like if it's missing these types of items. So we encourage you to kind of be aware of that. Remember, Perkins is CTE, so you always have to have something mentioning about a CTE in there, okay? On Schedule B, which is referred to in the RFA in section 7.4.3.1. Entry format, activity, campus if applicable, name or position of the traveler and CTE program or function, purpose and justification for the travel, dates, location, destination, and cost. So looking at line 1, what's missing? Dates, right? I'm sorry? Location, right? What else? Justification? Department, right. How do we know this faculty is CTE? NISOT actually happens to be an event that both academic and CTE educators go to. So just putting faculty tells us nothing. How do we know the faculty that are being paid for to attend this event are actually CTE? So that needs to be included on there. What about on line 2? Welding students, industry trip. As per the RFA, under section 7.4.3.2, travel under Schedule B is for employees who travel on Perkins business, not students, okay? So we need to make sure that you all are aware of that. That under Schedule B should only be listed employees, okay? What about line 3?
No dean.
No dean, exactly. Also, we don't know where. Where is this event taking place? We will accept a season, if you're not sure. We will also accept TBD, to be determined, if you are uncertain, but obviously we want you to provide as much information as possible. A lot of these conferences, they post a year in advance where they're going to be the following year. So when somebody comes up to you all saying, we want to go to this trip next year, I have no idea. That's, I would question it a little bit because most of these places have to book more than a year in advance. So, okay. Schedule C, and in the RFA, it's under section 7.4.4.1. The entry format is activity, campus if applicable, program or activity for the item being purchased, the number of units to be purchased, and the unit cost for the item, if more than one. Excuse me. A description of and/or justification, and the total cost. So, line 1, what do we need? Location, unit cost, exactly. But I give you a number there. As Mindy and Dwayne covered in the RFA, capital equipment, we follow the federal rule that capitalized equipment must have a unit cost of at least $5,000 in order to be placed there, unless your institution has policies and procedures indicating otherwise, which you need to make us aware of. So if there's 9 items at $5,000, that would be $45,000. So this item is in the wrong schedule altogether. Not only do we not know also what program is it for? Rotary drilling. Is that manufacturing? Is that welding? We don't know. So we need to know that information as well. So what about line 2? There's no quantity, right? It just says monitors, but there's no clear. Is it a typo? Is it not? We don't know. When we get it, we're going to question it. So again, also, a campus location, if it's available and why it's needed. You're upgrading equipment. It's for, as to maintain your accreditation. What about line 3? No information, pretty much right, yes. We don't know what program it's for. We don't know what it is. But if it's a traditional classroom workstation like a desk and chair, regular furniture is not allowable. If any furniture that would be considered would have to be specific to the program, such as drafting tables or chairs. In dental, they use specific stools to work on patients. Those are specific types of furniture needed for that student to get that real-world feel in the training. A regular chair and table is a regular computer workstation. It's not specific to the program, so that would not be allowable. Okay. Schedule D, consultants and subcontracts. You can find this in the RFA under section 7.4.5.1. The entry format is the activity. the name of the consultant or contractor if available, the program or activity for which their services are being used, the campus if applicable, a description of and justification of the services and total cost. So line 1, you can, as I stated, have TBD, to be determined when it is unknown. But it says purpose, consultants, advisors for training. What type of consultants? What type of advisors? Trainings for who? Students, faculty, staff? How does it relate to CTE? Where is it taking place? When is it taking place? There is not enough information here for us to go ahead and approve. So again, we're looking for you all to provide as much detail and information as possible so that we don't have to question it back to y'all. Line 2, Cynthia Burgundy, Literacy Summit. Okay. Again, we have a name of a person, but what company are they with? Why are they a specialty? Literacy Summit, okay. Literacy covers for all students, so how does this relate specific to CTE? You know, again, you all need to make that justification why we should allow for this. When is it taking place? What is her services really going to be? She's providing training, you know, it's a evaluation, you know. Line 3, Aaron Hotchner, IT department. Aaron will update the CTE training database. Huh? Yeah, he works for the college, correct. That is not allowable. Anybody know who Aaron Hotchner is? Oh, right, okay, that's right. The BAU, yeah, I had to include him, you know. So, from Criminal Minds, the actor, from... yeah. So, right, you cannot hire an employee, as given in the examples earlier today by Mindy and Dwayne. You cannot hire, even if it's like something totally different than their job duties, you cannot hire that person as a consultant and or a subcontractor to do those duties, okay? So, we do not use Schedule E in the basic grant. In Schedule F, you can refer to the RFA section 7.4.7. The entry format is the activity, campus if applicable, the program or activity for which the item is being purchased, the number of units to be purchased, and the unit cost, if more than one, a description, and total cost. So, looking at line 1, business programs, program promotional materials, $11,400. Well, correct. You can't use the word promotion for one, because that is seen as a negative. But if it's for marketing items, marketing the program, that does make it allowable. But what one major thing is missing? Huh? Texas Genuine, correct. As per the RFA section 7.4.7, all marketing outreach materials bought with grant funds must incorporate Texas Genuine. So we need to actually see that in the schedule to know that you all are aware and that you are all following that requirement, okay? And again, as with the promotional, you need to spell out exactly what type of items. Are these brochures, posters? Because as per the Appendix I, promotional can include giveaways, and that is not allowable. So, okay, what about line 2, manufacturing, instructional supplies, $7,500? No, correct, no description, as it was explained earlier by Mindy and Dwayne. Just to say instructional supplies and give a lump of money tells us nothing. What type of instructional supplies? You know, and we understand that sometimes there's like tons of minutia of items, you know, like automotive will have screws or handles, or I don't even know, to be honest. Nursing has bandages and all sorts of stuff, you know. There's like so many different things. I'm blanking out on all the stuff that's just running through my head right now. But we need you all to itemize that out in some way, shape, or form. You don't have to provide every single little detail, but you need to provide us with enough information so that we can see how that bulk of money is actually being utilized. What about line 3? Okay. Well, okay, yeah, there's a couple of different things going on here, and y'all have caught most of them. So, one is the allowability as per the Appendix I. It states that for food, which is allowable for certain situations, cannot exceed $20. It states in Appendix I, for food costs for participant meetings and trainings, a light meal not to exceed $20 per person, including tax,
for participants who are cloistered in an all-day, at least 6-hour-long meeting or training session. Now, the other thing this states is that it's an advisory board meeting. Most advisory board meetings do not last 6 hours. So keep in mind, if you do choose to provide food and you have followed these other requirements, you will be asked to provide an agenda and validation of minutes of that meeting to show that it was a requirement, okay? So it is allowable, however, there are certain caveats that you all need to meet. What about line 4? Venue rental for completion ceremony, $450. Well, ceremonies, anything for a ceremony is not allowable. As per Appendix I, ceremonies, banquets, celebration, costs associated with these are not allowable. Okay, so. And a lot of these that came up were from, this is just a quick review, came up from stuff that has actually come in. So, you know, we're not all perfect, we know that. So, but I hope this has provided you all with some ideas of kind of spotting yourself when people, you know, a lot of y'all might set up your items and send them out to folks and then have them send the information back, and you're just cutting and pasting. You want to make sure and check this and make sure that they are providing you with valid and justifiable information. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk about desk reviews and site visits. As part of the requirements for us, for implementing this federal grant, we are required to monitor the grants. And we do that, you know, in a number of ways, you know, partly by reviewing the materials that you submit to us, but also every year in the fall, as soon as the prior grant year winds up, we start to collect data to run a risk assessment. And we have a number of factors that go into the risk assessment, things like the amount of the award, the higher the grant, the higher the risk. I think we have 5 colleges that are over $1 million for their allocation. Also, the time since the last visit, the number of amendments, and we've had some questions about this. I know last year I think we had an extra amendment where we had a pot of money that we allocated back to you, and we had a question about that counting towards the number of amendments. But remember, when it goes to everybody, that layers the playing field, that, you know, everyone has an additional amendment when it goes out to everyone. So that really, in the long run, wouldn't count against you as having for a number of amendments, because everyone would have that same additional amendment. Also, the number of late reports, the number of core indicators not met, and any fiscal desk review concerns. As you know, that every year we have a audit division here that also does a fiscal desk audit. So we run the risk assessment, we get our numbers, and from that, the grantees with the top 15 scores have programmatic desk reviews. And of them, so we will notify you and say, this is when these materials are due, and I'll give you some examples of what we ask for in that in a minute. So that'll go out to the top 15 scores, and then the grantees with the top 5 scores get a site visit. So it's a lot different than what we used to do, where everybody got a visit on a 4-year rotating cycle. We've changed that because with our last Department of Ed site visit, we were considering going to a risk assessment, and they really encouraged us to do that, and now it's part of the Uniform Grant Guidance. So we were happy that we were one step ahead of the curve in doing that. So this is just some examples, and we do kind of tinker with this every year of what we ask for, so this might not necessarily be what we ask for the programmatic desk review. Your policies and procedures and documentation would be required for things like travel. We'll ask for the complete set of documents for maybe your last in-state and out-of-state travel. vouchers for childcare and transportation, advisory committee minutes. We usually ask for at least 3 sets of advisory committee minutes and look at that. And then any audits any other audits other than the coordinating board that your institution has been subjected to. And again, this is just an example. Also, just as you are audited, as I mentioned earlier, we are too. We're audited every year. We are audited by a company called KPMG, and they do our federal audits. And one of the things that came up this year that we had to change our procedures for, we need to start asking you how your institution uses Perkins funds to supplement rather than supplant CTE activities. We'll be asking for procedures demonstrating that the institution conducts a fiscal analysis of year-to-year data, budget and actual, to demonstrate monitoring of supplement versus supplant. Sorry, I have an extra bullet there. So keep that in mind. That is new. We're required to do that as part of one of our audits. So you might want to alert your fiscal people that the budget, we want to see that you're looking to see that things that have been funded by state money are no longer, are not being supplanted by then coming in and using Perkins. Just looking at the actual budget from the prior year of what was spent especially with Perkins and looking at as well at the state support and doing a comparison of what was funded with state versus Perkins. As well as your procedures. And I know earlier Mindy gave a list that's in the RFA of what procedures you need, and this, as far as the planning goes, is certainly one of them. Okay, as far as the site visit goes, they usually last a day and a half. And that first day, we will be asking to meet with certain people, especially the people that are doing the inventory, like we talked about earlier. We want to meet with the people that are responsible for the inventory system and the institution's policies and procedures for inventory control and disposal of equipment. We did start putting that specifically on the agenda because I think that we found that in general, like if we went and said, can we talk to the people that are responsible for the inventory control, they weren't used to being asked to meet with people from the state, and we've had, there were times when people hid from us, so we have put it on the agenda and asked that we meet with the people responsible for the inventory system. Also, we spend a lot of time with the Perkins contact and any other selected individuals that they want to bring in to discuss, what your approach has been towards meeting unmet core indicators, and to discuss how the institution uses their data to make programmatic improvements towards the core indicators. So we want to talk about what you have done specifically, what's working, what hasn't worked, what changes you'll make to try and continue to make improvements. And then we also work with, we ask to meet with people that work with special populations and students with disabilities. Especially, we have encountered that sometimes Perkins isn't used, with the Office of Disabilities, and in that case, we wouldn't necessarily have to meet with them. But oftentimes, funds are used for the Disabilities Office, so we will spend some time with them talking about their uses of the funds and what their processes are. And then another thing that we do, and for us it's really exciting because we get to see your programs and visit with the programs to see what you're doing. We ask for you to select 3 CTE programs, schedule meetings with the deans or the program directors and students if available, for discussing things like technology and program evaluation, core indicators, use of advisory committees, and we especially will be looking at any equipment, especially capital equipment that's been purchased for those programs. One of the things we found that we really like to see, and it's very effective, is when you're buying capital equipment, such as, a sonography machine, we would like to see it in use by the students. So, and that really, kind of brings it home to us when you're purchasing, a $35,000 piece of equipment with Perkins funds. We really love to see it in use by the students, but that's not always possible. We might be there on a day when students are in clinical. So it's not always possible, but it's definitely a preference for us. And to see mannequins, the high fidelity mannequins in use, or, just any, a variety of equipment that you've purchased. So keep that in mind, that we really like to see that on the visits if possible. But we understand when it's not. So this is another area that we change every year. In selecting those 3 programs that we'll be visiting with, we do ask, at least for last year, we asked you to select them based on criteria, and those were the CTE program that's allocated the most money for equipment, the CTE program that demonstrates an increase of degrees and certificate awarded over the past 5 years. And then we ask you to look at your Perkins data for the Perkins data resources to determine those numbers. And then the most successful non-traditional program, and again, using your data to see where you've grown as far as the non-traditional participation. Again, this might not be what we do next year. We kind of talk about it every year and discuss what programs we'd like for you to spotlight. But it's really your chance to showcase your programs. And it's great for us because we're not on your campuses that often. And so it's an opportunity for you to share and for us to see and hopefully bring back what we're seeing on the campuses. Any questions about the site visits? Okay, thank you.
Down to the nitty-gritty. Okay. So, as I mentioned earlier, I gave you all I sent you all an email with a PDF form of the Perkins basic application. It's a fillable form, not completely fillable, but mostly fillable, and I will be referring to it during this part of the presentation. For those of you that are viewing the webcast, the folks that had notified us that they were going to be watching, I did send that PDF form to them as well, if you're able to pull it up. I will also be referring to the Perkins homepage on the coordinating board website, just as an FYI. So if you have your laptop, I encourage you to try to have some of these windows open. Okay. Perkins portal. I know you all love this. How many of you all actually have responsibility for working directly in the portal? So, almost everybody. Okay, great. So this is more of like a guidance on how to maneuver and navigate through the portal, okay? And also provide you all with this PDF form to kind of give you all some hands-on experience in that respect. So, how to find the portal. I get that call every once in a while, actually. So, as you can see at the top of the page here is the link to get to the Perkins portal. It's the coordinating board website, and then just /Perkins. This is the Perkins page. When I refer to that, this is the page I'm talking about. To find the Perkins portal, it's all the way down at the bottom under Web Tools and Data Resources. It's the third option that says Perkins Grants and Applications. Okay. This is what you see when you click that link. It takes you to the Perkins portal. This is how you log in. When you're working on the application for the first time before it has been approved, like the part where you all are working on it now for next year's, You will use this middle section that's circled here under the web application login for original application. We have emailed all of y'all when we posted the RFA your application number and your password. So when you get into the Perkins portal, you will need to go to the Prepare Application tab. Under there, you will see Original Application, and it'll show that it's in progress because it's brand new. It's never been used. So at that point, that's where you would select Continue. It'll open to the Application Contents page. And in there, that section, we have the cover page, the local plan, the PIP, which is the Performance Improvement Plan, and the Evaluation Plan, and the budget sheets. These are the sections that we're going to kind of go over. So now if you go to the PDF that I emailed you all, the first thing you see is the application cover page. That first section of that PDF, in the section in blue, it states this part is filled in automatically, so you do not need to fill that part in. The sections underneath that, the mailing address, city, state, zip, project director information, all of that is a fillable section. If you wanted to play with it right now, you can. And these are all areas that you would need to complete for the PDF. She's not going to have it. Oh, you're going to turn it up? Okay. You will need to include the institutional contact, even if it's the same person as the project director. You need to fill in this information again. At the bottom, or towards the middle, it says, have you read the contract provisions? Not yet. So you will need to actually click to go to the contract provisions in order to read them and review them. They are also in your RFA, but just as an FYI, you need to physically go into them on the portal before it will allow you to submit the application. You need to provide the president's name and their title, the CFO contact information, and the name and title of the institutional contact. This might be that same person yet again, but we still need all this information filled in for each section. When we send out correspondence to you all, we tap into these particular areas. So we need all those areas filled out. Okay. You also need to make sure that you hit save at the end. If you just click out or hit back, nothing that you just typed in will be saved, okay, in the portal. The next section is the local plan, and this is just to kind of give you an idea of how it's set up in the portal. There are blocks within each section that you would fill out. But once again, you can go back and forth on different sections of the Perkins application, but as you're filling it in, you need to hit save, because if you do not hit save, everything you just typed will be gone. Okay. So, sorry. Okay, so then we are, no, it's okay, it's fine. We're going to the Performance Improvement Plan and Evaluation Plan. So this is, again, the screen that you will see when you get into the portal. It'll have no's listed, even though in the example on the PDF that you have, it has, well, it says no's, but on the screen it might say yes. But anyways, it says no's because you need to go into each core indicator and respond to it. Once you go into each core indicator, it will indicate yes, that you have looked at it and that you have responded to it. Providing for the performance improvement plan, you put in data in the summary, in the programs, in the budget. Each of those sections will turn to yes once data has been inputted in there. Okay? And anytime you list in activities or strategies, it'll also change that none to data having been put there. In the section in purple, we indicate how both of these sections need to be filled in. You will need to go to the edit in order to edit for each particular core indicator. Even if you have similar activities, as was mentioned earlier in the presentation, you still need to type them in each time for each individual activity if you're going to use similar ones. Okay, so on the next page, this is just an example, and I've just provided you all just for one core indicator, but it's going to look the same for all of them, but you need to respond to all 6. It'll list the information of the core indicator. It'll pre-fill in your institution's rankings and rates. Are you meeting the state target? Are you within the 90%? It's really easily color-coded. If you are meeting it, you're in green. Green means go. If you're in red, you're not meeting it. So keep that in mind. And it'll tell you in this middle section, it says state target met, 90% met. It'll say yes or no right away. So you will be able to know without a doubt how your the data that you have submitted, how it's listed your institution. The bottom section, which is also fillable if you all wanted to play with it right now, you need to provide a summary, the programs and activities, and budget items related to your performance improvement plan. And as per the RFA, it's in section 7.3.1. Mindy and Dwayne went over that part of the RFA, providing the exact details of how to fill that section in. So this is information that you will need to fill in for each core indicator. And once again, at the bottom of the page, it says Save Data. You must click Save Data. Okay, as you go to the next page, down on the bottom of this same screen, but it's on the next page on your PDF, it says Evaluation Plan with a blank box, and then 3 little boxes: Edit, Add, View. So as per the RFA, section 7.3.2, there are instructions on how to complete the evaluation plan. You will need to actually select Add Activity to add in a new activity strategy that will respond to the performance improvement plan. If you are going back and editing, at that point, that's when you would hit Edit. So when you click, let's say you click Add Activity, and you scroll down, and it'll click into this next screen, which says Add Activity Strategy to, and then the core indicator number. At that point, the sections that are pre-filled in, again, are the percentage scoring, whether or not you met the core indicator, and now also, because you saved the data on that performance improvement plan, all that information is listed as well. So now, for every activity strategy for that performance improvement plan, you will at least be able to see it. You'll be able to enter in the data. You need to provide a number for that strategy activity. You need to provide a description of what it is. You need a start date and end date. And as Mindy and Dwayne said during their RFA presentation, it cannot run the full length of the year. You have to be specific on that time frame. And you have to provide a target measure that's measuring the activity to demonstrate that there has been success. Okay? You will need to do this for each activity. And again, at the bottom, it says, what do you do at the bottom? Save data, that's right. Okay. You guys are going to just know that. Save, save, save. Now keep in mind also, if you have not met your core indicator for the last 3 years, you will need to provide at minimum 3 activity strategiges for that particular core indicator. Okay, and that is in the RFA as well. So, okay. So at the next part, just trying to keep up. Where is it? Okay, go down, down. Right there, schedules, okay. So we're going into the budget sheets now and the schedules. So little things to remember in regards to the budget and the schedules. Refer to the RFA for sample schedule entries. As Mindy stated, it's a contract, and this is being on the same page with y'all. We refer to that constantly. I actually have a copy of the RFA on my desktop. So every time I get a call from somebody, I'm like, okay, hold on, it's an RFA. Open it up right away so I can refer to it so to be able to provide to you all the language and the location of where it's at in case you all need to show to somebody else. You have that information as well. So I highly encourage you all to kind of get very familiar with that. It makes wonderful reading material, you know. Keep in mind, on the Perkins portal, the description and purpose sections, they're limited in character space. So you might want to put in the whole book about why you really, really need this item. Unfortunately, you're only limited to about 255 character spaces. That's including spaces. So, I mean, so you got to get creative with abbreviations, but just keep in mind, we need to be able to understand it, okay? So don't go too wild with the abbreviations, otherwise we may have to reopen it so y'all can adjust it a little bit. Perkins portal, no spell check, so we highly encourage you all to do it in a different format. I've provided you all with this PDF form. You can kind of use this. It does have spell check in it. Or you can do it in Word, type it, and then cut and paste it to put it into the portal directly. The amounts that you enter on your schedules will automatically filter into the CB100 and pre-fill that in, as well as into the CB320 when you click your activity and then the total for that particular line. Those are both automatically filled in. So you can keep that in mind. And then also, we highly encourage you all to use the indirect calculator, which is found also on the Perkins page. I gave you all that link earlier. It's about 1 or 2 lines right below where the login is. But it's a spreadsheet. You just click on it, you type in the allocation amount that you've gotten. It'll tell you the max that you can put in for your admin amount. So that's a real quick, easy way to kind of figure it out without actually having to do a lot of math calculation. So, okay, so now if you go back to the PDF, I'm going to show you what you see on the portal side in regards to when you get ready to do the budgets. So in the RFA, you're going to go ahead, it's that green box there in the middle, it says section 7.4. Again, Mindy and, bless you, Mindy and Dwayne went through the RFA, kind of talking about format, how things need to be filled in. This is why it's so important, because it's how it relates and how you all enter the data onto the portal for us to read. So Schedule A on the next page. And a lot of these are going to seem the same because for the most part they are the same for every schedule. It's just the detail that goes into it that changes. So this is set up a little backwards in the sense that the saved data is actually above the information that you're entering. So this time when you enter the information, you'll hit Save Data and it'll pop to the top automatically rather than looking down on the bottom. So be aware of that when you're entering your information, okay? Again, this is just a little informational guide on what type of data that you should be entering. And if you scroll down to the next page, you can actually fill that Schedule A out on your PDF form right now. You can select from the drop-down menu that's on there, you can select an activity. You can actually type in information of, okay, so you need to provide a title, name, position, if it's full-time or part-time, and a basic description of what they'll be doing. How much time are they spending on the project? Remember, that's how much time they are spending on the project, not whether or not that percentage is related to how much time they work. So if it's a full-time person and they're only spending half their time on the project, then it's 50%. If they're a part-time person and they're only spending 50%, half their time on the project, it's still 50%. If they're part-time and 100% and all their time is spent there, then it's 100%, but they're a part-time person. So you guys can go ahead and practice right now if you want to enter something really fast on your computer, because we're actually going to refer back to this in a little bit when we talk about amendments. So I'll give you all about a minute or so, just to enter anything, just to kind of practice. Once you enter this information, it will total down on the bottom. Yes, ma'am. Okay, the question is whether or not you can type in for hours, number of hours worked as opposed to percentage. You can type in number of hours, however, on that column, you need to put in the percentage, so you'll have to calculate that out in order to enter it, because we are looking at percentage of time. So you would just need to make that own calculation. Okay, so if we go down to the next section, it's for Schedule B. Again, similar setup. You have to pick your activity. You have to follow the RFA and provide the title, their department, where are they going, why are they going, when are they going, and then you have to put in the amount and make sure that you hit save data. Like I said, on this one, it'll be a really quick, easy tell, because once you save data, it'll pop up to the top. So that's the easiest way to tell on this one when your data has been saved. So if you scroll down, here's another example for Schedule B now that you all can kind of play with and add in a line real fast if you wanted to try it out. Pick your activity, type in some general information about the purpose, and an amount. And again, this amount will total out at the bottom on this screen, just to kind of give you an example. In the portal itself, that bottom line 0 amount will actually automatically fill in on the CB100. Okay, if we go to the next section, it's the capital equipment. Again, similar information, just following the RFA. You always want to make sure that you are providing the activity, the individual, the description, and the amount. Be aware of the character limitation. I've tried to implement that on the form, so you may reach a cap if you're typing in a lot of data. If you go to the next screen, that's the fillable section for Schedule C. And again, as Donna mentioned earlier, this kind of normally in a more intimate setting, it's a little easier, for us to walk around and kind of help you all. But we were just trying to give you all an experience with hands-on, so that you can kind of get a feel for it. Schedule D, again, similar situation, but this time it's for consultants and service contractors. These are like if you're hiring a interpreter service to come in and do all the interpreting for your students in a particular class. You would put that in this section. Again, similar data information. You need to put in the campus. You need to make sure that everything that you're listing is CTE related. The next page is the example of how you can go ahead and enter in for a consultant or service contract on the fillable form. Schedule F would be the next page. And for each of these, you'll click a button to go to it. It's not like it just automatically next page, You actually have to click to go to each one. But at least I want you all to get a feel of what kind of information needs to be filled in on each schedule, and to kind of get an idea of it. Schedule F is another one that has that character limitation, so please be aware of it. And then the next page is also the fillable form of it. And then we come to Schedule G, administration. So on Schedule G, that's the one where you need to put in your admin amount, which cannot be more than 5%. And that's per the RFA, section 7.4.8. Now, when you're doing it says that it cannot be more than 5% of your total expenditures. Well, at the beginning of the year, you've got a full grant. You don't have any expenditures. So sometimes folks are like, well, how am I supposed to figure that out? Again, as I referred to earlier, on the Perkins homepage, the indirect cost calculator, you can go ahead and click on that and type that your allocation amount in, and it'll give you the maximum amount that can be utilized or allocated for Schedule G for your admin. So you want to select whether it's an indirect method or an allocation method. I get a lot of questions sometimes about what's the difference. Indirect is a method usually that your institution has negotiated a rate with the government, usually with the Department of Health and Human Services, on how much your indirect. Your indirect is your building, your utilities, your general personnel, how much that costs the institution. As we stated earlier, with Perkins, it is capped at 5%. Okay, so But if you have an indirect, a lot of institutions, their business office will use that indirect and apply it towards those expenses. So folks say, okay, well, what's the allocation method? Well, allocation method is usually a method, bless you, that where your institution has set up a budget specifically for Perkins admin. And that's where you would put in other expenses. An example can be, for instance, a lot of you all may have recently been contacted from our internal auditing regarding overspent on hotel rates. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with that, probably not, right? Okay, so what you can use this indirect funds for if you allocate, let's say you come to the TACTI conference and the state rate is $150, but the hotel is $180. So how do you pay the difference? Well, you can only pay Perkins up to the state rate. So the difference, you could charge that to your 5%. So if you had an allocation method, then that's one way that you can look at utilizing those extra funds. Okay? Yes. So, okay. Yes. Nope. But under the allocation method. And that's one way some folks are using to track it. I mean, they might still have it under indirect, but some institutions will use the allocation method in order to set aside specific funds for that. And that's one method that it can use. They can have like certain sections, to pay for extra hotel costs and stuff like that in the allocation method. They set aside $3,000 or whatever. So, yeah, but the 5% is wow. It's not written, okay? But this is a method in which that is something that you can do, okay? And again, we encourage you to speak with your program directors if you have questions about what you can and cannot do with that 5%, okay? But no, it's not written. Okay, so on Schedule G, you would fill that out, and then again, hit save, and then it'll automatically fill out the CB 100 and the CB 320. These sections it takes from each schedule, where it says cost category, those are actually the schedules. It'll take from each schedule and fill in the amount there on the CB 100 for the total. And on the CB 320, it takes from each line, actually. And because it takes it by the activity, depending upon which activity you select for that particular entry on the schedule, it'll take it from that, identify it within the schedule on the long column, and then provide the total. This is also automatically filled out. This is also where the cursor is that he has right now on the screen, the line 6. This is also where we check to see if you have allocated at minimum 15% of your budget to, bless you, to closing the gaps, or in this new year, it's going to be the 60 by 30 techs. So we will take that calculation amount to verify that it's at minimum 15% as per the RFA. Okay. Where am I? Page. Okay. So, oh, here I am. Okay. So once you've done that, then we can submit the application. Yay, you're all done. You filled in your application. It totals, it balances. Yay, okay, so Up at the top where it said prepare, this time you will go to submit, and this is the screen you will see. It'll still show your original application in progress, and at this point, this is when you hit verify and submit. When you hit verify and submit, you will need, or it'll automatically forward to your business office, and you will need your EIN number in order to submit the application. Your business office CFO person is usually the one who has this number. If you all have recently gotten a new person in your financial office and you're not sure if they have the new EIN or FIN number, check with them and then contact Donna Carlin. You can send her an email and she can provide a new one. So once you hit submit, it'll come to us and then we will begin the review process. So let's say you've hit submit, everything was great, we approved it, yay, you have a new application, you have a new grant, okay, good. So next, amendments. Amendments and reports. Again, you will come back to this Perkins login page. This time though, because you're working on amendments and or you're submitting a report, you will go down to the bottom section. You will have to enter your project number. Your project number is different than your application number. This is provided to you all once you all have been approved. You will receive your project number in an email with your NOGA, okay? It's different. Keep that in mind. Password is the same, but the number is different. So once you enter this information in, it'll take you to the prepare, you will click the tab for prepare amendment report, okay? Now, if you're looking at the options, if it indicates in progress, that means the report or amendment has not been submitted for our review. You all still have access to edit it, okay? If it says submitted, that means that it's being reviewed by us, okay? If it says approved, that means we've reviewed it, we've processed it, and approved it, okay? So, depending upon what you're doing, whether it's an amendment, an expenditure report, or your biannual final report, your programmatic report, you would make that selection and then hit continue. So, what I would like you all to do, because we do have it in the RFA, we talk about amendments. Do we have time? Yes? Okay, if you all would like to look at, you all took some time to fill in some of those schedules, right? So you can type in a line. How would you edit it? How would you add to it or amend it if you had to? So we would encourage you to amend at least one item in 2 different schedules. Take a minute to do that, and then you can kind of get a feel for that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like about 10 minutes, like a short break, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk around and kind of look at what y'all are entering to see and provide any type of technical assistance that you may have while you're doing these entries, okay? just to state, I've gotten a lot of questions about the 5%, where I brought up that statement about what you could use it for. There is nothing in writing, as I mentioned, but keep in mind that line item is not audited. Okay? So that's all I'm going to say on that. Okay. All right. So great. Suddenly everybody's happy. I don't know why. All right. So you all have had an opportunity to kind of play around with this form and kind of get an idea and a feel for how we'll be working in the portal. When we go to the next slide, I have the thing. Sorry. We have our biannual and final reports. These are reports that both Mindy and Dwayne went over earlier today. And again, we encourage you, follow the examples in the RFA. We provided you with the section. The RFA is like the Bible. You want to always refer back to it. For the biannual and final report, you need to indicate. It's already been stressed once. We're going to stress it one more time. As you can tell, this is something that we do look at thoroughly. Indicate which report you are providing. You need to make sure that the information listed in the comments section is cumulative. And you need to respond to each section, the activity that's listed, the timeline. If you have not finished, you need to provide an ETA as to when that activity will be completed or will be measured. Expenditure reports. You need to make sure that the expenditures, these are some things that I review all the expenditures that come through. So one of the things I can tell you is you want to make sure that your expenditures are in the right category, okay? So I don't know if you all are the ones directly submitting the expenditure report or if your business office does it and you work with somebody else in that area. You want to make sure that the expenditures that they've put in particular line items to charge are in the right category where you have funds available or that where you have funds listed, okay? They need to be submitted at least quarterly, and that is in the RFA Appendix G, the reporting requirements. The CB 320 is submitted with the final expenditure report. When you submit your quarterly expenditure reports, it's only the CB 100 that gets submitted. But for the final expenditure report for the final year, you need to also complete the CB 320, which is identifying the funds by activity. And once again, you need to ensure that the amount calculated for the admin indirect is no more than 5% of the total, or the direct expenditure costs, okay? So we have returned several back because let's say you do have an amount allocated in that 5%, and let's say you have amounts that are expenses that are in that line that have somehow totaled up more than your total costs for the 5% allowable. You need to bring it down. Your 5% cannot be more than that subtotaled amount. And I'll give you an example. Oh, can we go back to the PowerPoint? Sorry. Okay, so when we're looking, this is a sample of an expenditure report, okay? So you want to make sure that, okay, sorry. It's the little things in life, you know? Okay, you want to make sure that this amount is no more than 5% of this amount. The 39, the subtotal, direct. Huh? Oh, sorry. Thought I was being clever. Okay. Okay. Column D, line 8, the administration, which is Schedule G, that amount listed there cannot be more than column D, line 7, the subtotal direct, because we're looking at direct expenditures. So if your expenditures are higher and that amount is more than the allowable 5%, we will return your expenditure report for revision, because as per the RFA, you cannot request more. You need to use the indirect calculator. You punch in an amount, and it'll give you the indirect amount, the maximum indirect that can be charged. Now, what we will do, and I will tell you this right now, if you can go back really fast, okay. you see line 7, column D, 39,000, okay? When I get the expenditure report and I'm trying to figure out how much y'all are allowed to have for the for your indirect, when I go to that indirect calculator, because I do use that, I punch in 39,000. I don't punch in the 40,500 because it cannot be more than 5% of the direct expenditure amount. Okay? So just so that you're aware. So like in this case, 5% of 39,000 is 1950. But this expenditure report for major college submitted by Sheldon Cooper can only be okay, so I know, and everybody's got the same sense of humor I do, okay? He's only punched in for 1,500, so. And keep in mind that the CFO that you've entered on that cover page, this is where that CFO information comes up. So sometimes when we have a question, we will email back to that person as well as the institutional contact. Okay, so again, we just ask you to kind of be aware of this type of information. Okay, any questions? Great. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Donna for the other Q&A.
Okay, it looks like we might be finishing a little bit early, but we want to take time for any more outstanding questions that you have. We want to give you time and really ask that you take the post-test because, again, we need that to make sure that we are covering all bases, and then we're going to go over it. Did we give everyone 2? Okay. We need... We're getting more. Okay. While we're doing that, questions? Mm-hmm. I mean, that would certainly be a good example. Whatever your institution is doing that will help facilitate, and in this case, completion. I mean, a lot of times that's a really good example, incorporating stackable credentials. Others are the use of CTE advisors, tutoring, any of those services that you're doing to help facilitate completion. The advising that's done, not targeted advising, what's the new word for advising? Intrusive advising, all of those types of activities that help you facilitate completion at your institutions. Another thing I think I mentioned earlier, you will be receiving the evaluation electronically. We ask you to complete that and send it in. For those of you that are old timers, for lack of a better word, I know Mindy doesn't like that word. We want to know what parts of this were the most beneficial to you, because as we've mentioned, we targeted it for new Perkins contacts. So we want to know what parts of it, if any, hopefully, it's been helpful to you. And for those of you that are newbies, we ask you to really let us know what's been the most helpful, especially as you sit down to get your applications done by July 15th, by 5 p.m.
Central.
Yeah, Central Time. Okay. The 19th, what? I did? No, I'm sorry, the 19th. That was a quiz. That was a quiz. No, the 19th, sorry. Yes. Any questions pop out that we don't want you to leave with anything outstanding? Yes, Samantha. Yeah, that is, go ahead, turn on your mic.
You would still need to submit, as per the federal funding guidelines, and again, looking also at whatever your policies and procedures are for time and efforts, you would, for folks that are 100%, it's required to have at least some sort of certification, at least once or twice a year. If for those folks that are 100% activity is just for Perkins. So even if it's a tutor, you know, they would, there's a certification form that you would just be certifying that their time was spent doing that.
Okay, what else?
I'm expecting perfect application.
Now's your chance. Has anything come in electronically?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, there was one.
Somebody wanted us to elaborate on what those 9 required areas are. And we referred to those 9 required program areas during the RFA presentation. Those are synonymous with 9 required uses of funds. They're the required uses of funds you see in Appendix H, required and permissible uses of funds. OCTAE has ruled that you don't have to distribute your Perkins funds across all those 9 uses. In the 9 program areas you create to address those 9 required uses, you can bring institutional resources to bear. But you must have all of those 9 required areas covered. So 9 required areas or program areas is synonymous with the 9 required uses of funds, whether you are using Perkins resources or other institutional resources. Okay?
There was also she also had another question regarding the percentage of a staff member's time on a Perkins activity. For a part-time position that spends 100% of their time on Perkins activities, are they identified in the application as 100% or 50%? So if they are a part-time person and they spend 100% of their time on the Perkins activity, under the percent on that column 3 on the Schedule A, it would be listed at 100%. Correct. Yeah. So just as an FYI, that was the answer to that question. And then one of the other questions that I did get asked while I was walking around was about the reallocation, which part we're looking at. So although it is for 2P1, 3P1, and 4P1, we're looking for the current year we're not looking at the previous years on whether or not you met that core indicator. We're looking at the current year. And whether the last year that'll show up on the stats.
Right, but the current year reflects the prior year.
Right, but
yeah.
the one that'll show up. And then you need to either have met the state target, thank you, or the 90%.
Right, so we consider 90% to be meeting it. No, that might be something that's left over from a long time ago. Carol, would you say that? No, it's not. I mean, it is certainly, like I said, if we see that you're funding the same positions year after year after year, we will begin to ask you, isn't it time that the college takes over this position? Because, funding is always, it's not a certainty, although we've had continued funding for Perkins for the last 6+ years. But we do ask those questions. We look at the overall percentage of your total allocation that you're putting, for example, into Schedule A for salaries. And if it creeps up, we're going to start asking you, why is this creeping up so much? Why are you funding so many positions on that? But, you know, we will definitely question it, and ask you to evaluate it. But we don't ask that you decrease it from 100% to 75 to 50. Yeah. There was a time? Uh-huh. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and that makes perfect sense for an instructor. Yeah. Yeah, and it was in the RFA that way? Okay. What else? Yeah.
Yes, sir. If they're in a class, okay, if they're in a developmental class, no. If they're in a CTE program and their skills need to be boosted, that is not developmental education. Okay, that help? Good.
Yeah, Perkins 4 was pretty clear that the funds could not be used for developmental education. Yeah. But we are aware, that a lot of schools are starting to supplement instruction, especially for level 1 activities for CTE programs with what's called the IBEST models, where you'll have academic support people actually in the classroom that are helping the students to be successful. And
Yes, sir.
yes,
That's still a category.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And the definition of special pops is in the RFA. Do you know what? It's early on.
It's in there first in section talking about local plan. That's the first reference. Do you have?
Yeah, it's right here.
7.2.1 is where you see the first statement
Page 6.
of the students that constitute special pops, page 6. And LEP, is among those students, Dr. Solis.
All of what? What do you mean? Right. Yeah.
Not every.
If an expenditure or planned expenditure is by, planning, by the, institution's thinking about that core indicator, going to help performance on that core indicator, by all means, identify that as a specific budget item on that core indicator. Another place where you might consider putting an item, you know, attaching it to one of the core indicators and, you know, purposefully, you know, is if you've got a major expenditure. If you want to spend $65,000 beefing up your LVN, ADN programs across all your campuses, that's a pretty good chunk of funds. You might want to do it purposefully and tell us how you think it will impact the core indicators. Okay, does that help? Okay.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we really appreciate your time. Our best laid plans for the pre and post test. We don't have the post test here, and we don't want to hold you any longer. We certainly appreciate your time today. Hope you've learned a lot. Please give us good feedback so we continue to strive to make improvements every year on this training. Let us know if you think we need to have it more than once. Oh, you do have it. You got 2 of them. Okay, thank you. Please take 10 minutes to complete the post test, and then I'm going to get over. I had gotten the message that you didn't have 2, but you do. Not everyone has 2. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't?
And once we're working on getting more, and I really apologize. Once complete, we're going to go over the answers really quick, and then we'll be finished.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you complete your post-test, you are free to go. Oh, nope, not yet. Or you can wait to go over the answers. Okay. But just, if you would, just please bring them to the desk. Have somebody bring a bunch of them up, or if you want to remain at your station, just raise your hand and we'll go around and pick them up.
Does anyone need more time? I see one person, two people. Oh, good. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. We are done with the webcast, yes. I'm just going to quickly go over the answers. Well, I'm going to do a few, and then everybody's going to do a few. Number one, what is the minimum federal cost of equipment to qualify as capital? C, $5,000. Two of the federally designated core indicators of performance deal with the same issue, which is D, non-traditional.